Everybody, and welcome to the City Commission conference meeting this June 6, 2023. Thank you all for being here today. I see we have a few people in the audience. I'm sorry, this is not Hello Dolly. Okay. You can't hear us? You can't hear?
I can hear from this speaker, but I don't know if everyone else.
Well, we don't have anybody in the back row, so can staff hear me? Okay. Okay, let us begin the conference meeting. We start with communications of the City Commission. You see we have one communication from the Budget Advisory Board. This has to do with a recommendation to the City Commission with regard to credit card fees that the city absorbs when people make payments to the city, and I assume is for paying water bills and things like that. And if I'm surprised we absorb those fees. Usually we pass those on to the customer. You're saying we could save as much as $900,000. Mr. Donaldson, would you like to make a presentation?
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Actually, Mayor and Commissioners, we were quite surprised when we found out that the city is absorbing throughout various departments and different funds almost $4 million a year of convenience fees for those who choose to get their air miles instead of paying by either a debit card or cash or an ACH. So I have the breakdown. Staff gave me the breakdown by fund, and this is based upon 2022 actual year-end results. So for example, in general fund, we as taxpayers subsidize the users of credit cards of $879,000. In the water sewer fund, $1.4 million. So I'm going to use that as an example. So as you know, we set water and sewer rates based upon the costs that are incurred into that department, and it has to be true-upped, and we do our projections, et cetera. So $1.4 million of expenses in that fund were attributed to us paying Amex and Citibank, et cetera, for those few people that use their credit cards instead of having the people that are going into City Hall and paying in cash, or they're writing a check, or those of us that have automatic withdrawal from our checking accounts. So that $1.4 million that was collected could have been used for infrastructure. So we were looking at it and saying, in transportation department, for the parking fund, for example, $950,000 came out of the parking fund to pay convenience fees back to the credit card companies for those customers who choose to buy their passes with credit cards instead of a check or a cash or an automatic. So we think—
Would that also apply to people who want to pay the parking meter?
If the parking meters, most of the parking meters now, you use it through the app, like city residents that get a discount if they use the app.
Right.
If you are an out-of-state or a visitor and you don't have the app and you were using a credit card, we then as taxpayers are supplementing and paying for that credit card that somebody from Canada or Michigan is using. So we feel, as the county gives you that option when you go to pay your taxes or you're paying your county fee, you have the option. It'll say to me, do you want to put this on a credit card? They charge me 2.5% because that's the convenience of me wanting my air miles. And then I look at it and say, how close am I to diamond or I'm platinum? And then I make that decision. So, but other people are paying for that when I do that with the city, because I'm not paying that 2.5%.
Okay, so where's Dwayne?
Into the, right there.
Oh, there you are. Hey.
Here, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Dwayne, does the City Commission need to act on this, or is this an administrative thing a decision that can be made?
I think we need to bring in action to. I think there is a provision in our code that we would need to amend to address this issue.
So, I mean, the Budget Advisory Board is bringing this to the attention of the commission. If it's decided that we should not be paying the processing fee and that we should pass that on to the customer, is that something that the city commission needs to decide, or is that something the city manager's office would decide?
The city commission should give direction to the city manager with regards to how to handle that.
Is that a vote? You want to think about that first? I don't want you. I mean, I don't want you to answer if we're not exactly sure. But I didn't think this was I didn't think the city commission had to vote on this. But if you're saying we do, at some point we should make some sort of decision. You want to say something, John?
I was going to say, do we just need consensus to direct the city manager to go ahead and implement that? Dwayne, is that sufficient for what you're looking for?
Is that what he's looking for?
To begin the process?
That would be sufficient if there is no need to amend any ordinance or codes to implement. So I just wanted to confirm whether or not there was anything that dictated within our regulations
Right.
that would need commission action. But to the extent that we want to move forward now, you can give the city manager consensus within his authority to do so.
All right. Well, I would be in favor of that. What does the rest of the commission feel?
I have a
couple
question
thoughts.
before
Yeah.
we go
Yeah.
into
favor
decisions.
of it?
For clarity, you said credit cards. I want to make sure that this doesn't have effect on debit cards such as Cash App, Venmo, individuals who use that particular product. So if you could,
Zelle. Yeah.
is Zelle one of those? If you could define, because I want to make sure that, we have a large number of people who use those particular products.
As city manager will be able to answer that, but as it was presented, we had asked that same question, and maybe the answer has changed, and they will clarify that. But it was our understanding and why we voted 7-0 in favor of this was not that Zelle was free, that ACH was free, and that the Cash Apps were free.
Linda wants to say something.
But yes.
I am, good afternoon, Linda Logan Short, Finance Director. So Brian is correct. This is just for credit card fees for MasterCard, Visa, Discover, and American Express. This would not affect any rates related to anybody using a debit card, or we don't accept Cash App yet, but maybe in the future we will. But any kind of debit card or ACH, this would not be affected at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do we have a consensus?
Well,
Any other
I have-
questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have three things that come to mind. Number one, there is ways, the reason I like this is, number one, you can avoid this if you want to. If you don't want to pay the fee, you simply go down and pay cash or check or something. That's number one. It's not imposed upon you without recourse. Number two, I know when I go to pay my license and all that, or my tag fee, same thing. When we pay a tag, if we decide to use a credit card, there's an extra fee added on for that. And number three, like the mayor said, I just want a clarification. Somebody from out of town that's going to use a parking meter, if it's $3 an hour, $4 an hour, are we just cutting out and still taking that out of our profit, or is it going to be an add-on in addition to that fee? Do you know how they're going to handle that?
I'm going to ask.
I think the intention is to just now take it out of the customers.
Yeah, the customer, I think that the parking, if you're not using the app and you're paying through a credit card, but we have the parking director coming to the podium, our intention was that then there would be that automated fee, that us as taxpayers or people that live in the city should not be supplementing the usage of credit cards for anyone that doesn't live in the city.
Well, if it's $4 an hour, they could pay $4 and they get less than an hour, or $4 an hour.
Or they can pay $4 and
And it'll show up as
2%
$4.20,
of that.
yeah.
So do you know how that would, obviously, what we wanted to do was bring this to your attention immediately once we saw all of these numbers and the different departments. And then we wanted your consensus. And then city staff, we had directed them to try to start figuring out how to implement this and whether or not you have to pass an ordinance or not, and have this up and running for the new fiscal year, which is starting in October, so that we solve those
This
savings.
is a significant savings.
Yeah, it's almost $4 million of expenses that can be eliminated. Anytime we can expense cut and leave,
Right.
so we thought this was urgent and we wanted to get to you right away, and that is the reason.
All right, do we have a consensus to
Yes,
direct the
that was
city
a great
manager?
find. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you.
Yes.
100%.
Thank you.
Mayor, technical
You
question.
earned your keep, Mr. Donaldson.
Yes. Stick around.
My keep,
Yes.
my donated hours.
Give him a raise.
Yes. Mayor, I have a technical question. Mayor, I have a technical question.
Yes.
Normally, when someone's speaking, it's a little difficult with the lights, but the person who's at that podium, we see in front of us on the monitors, but that's not happening this time. It was the last meeting when someone was speaking at the podium, we could see them clearly.
I don't see a camera directed over this.
Well, that's my question to whoever is in charge of this right now.
And whoever's standing here can't see the people at this end. We're doing a dodge
What-
around this.
Brian, what do you
Thank
see on that monitor in front of you?
City of Fort Lauderdale seal.
Oh, that's all you're.
That's
just
all
a-
you see?
Yeah, so there's something going
All right,
on.
maybe for tonight's meeting, we can correct that.
Or what are people seeing at home right now when someone is speaking at the podium? What are they seeing? That's what they're seeing? So that's not good. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
The thing is, there's a lot going into trying to set up the meeting space here, so I can understand how that may have fallen through the cracks, but city staff has to go through heroic efforts to just get what we have here today. But I agree with you. If we can get that set up for tonight, if possible, that would be great.
And one last thing, there are going to be some presentations this afternoon that I'll be hanging out for if you had any questions, because they were addressed to the Budget Advisory Board as well, like the circuit, et cetera. So if you had any questions, I will be available for
Great,
those.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to CF1 Quarterly Investment Report for the period ending March 31st, 2023.
Hi, good afternoon. Linda Short, Finance Director. I'm going to go over the great news story we have, which is our investments. Of course, the market was very good for us in the last quarter, and the city has doubled its benchmark. The benchmark was at 144, and we end up earning 286, which is excellent for the city, meaning that we're earning more revenue and being able to contribute towards the budget. Our advisors have told us that interest rates are expected to remain elevated for the rest of this fiscal year, so we can expect to receive these results again in June as well as in September. Any questions?
Great. Any questions? Let's not spend it all in one place. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to Business One, update George T. Lohmeyer capacity. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So the Public Works Director is going to provide a presentation about a new understanding that we have about what our permitting capacity allows us to do. We just had a discussion about 2 weeks ago with the county, and we are under compliance with the state and are able to process the existing projects and new projects. Mr. Dodd.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
there we
Actually,
go.
Assistant Director Chris Bennett will be giving the presentation, and then I'll assist with answering any questions.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. As Alan said,
Chris,
Chris
you're on
Bennett.
TV. Just want you to know.
Oh, thank you very much. All right. I'm actually on, good to know. Chris Bennett, Assistant Director, Public Works. So here we're going to give you just a brief update on the capacity of our wastewater treatment plant at GTL. In this presentation, which will be short, hopefully, we'll go over the various permitting standards which we have to be upheld to for capacity purposes, as well as how we actually analyze capacity and allocate capacity to developments. Some various factors affecting the actual capacity of our wastewater system, as well as the plant. And then from there, we'll give you a brief overview of what the flows are currently as of last month, which equates to available capacity. And then a quick brief overview of the agreements with large users, their flows to our system, and then ultimately what are we doing to help improve the capacity. So we have 2 operating permits, or specifically a facility permit with FDEP, the state. This one is calculated with the 3-month average daily flow of sewage into the plant. And our capacity limit with them is 56.6 million gallons per day, again, based off of a 3-month average daily flow rolling calculation. We do provide the DEP with annual reports, even though they're not due except for every 5 years, in which we are advising them what our average flows are daily and monthly, as well as our discharge water quality for the water that's being drained down the injection wells at the plant. Throughout this presentation, I'd like you just to note that the actual operational, the physical peak capacity of the plant, what can it handle during an emergency, is roughly 93 million gallons per day. That changes over time, and we'll get into more of that information as we go. Broward County provides us with an operational or a treatment plant operating license. This is renewed annually with the county. And this here, when we get further into the presentation, you'll recognize this is one of the reasons why we temporarily had to put a pause on some of our capacity letter issuances. Again, that information will come up more clear in a minute. They do a calculation based on annual average daily flow, which is a 12-month rolling period. And that capacity limit per the operating license is 48 million gallons per day. We provide them with the same monthly report that we give to DEP, so they are aware of what we are flowing monthly and annually, as well as our discharge water quality, so we stay in compliance with this operating license. And they actually do monitor our capacity similar to how we do, again, which is why we stopped issuing letters temporarily. They take a look at our average flows that are coming in, again, on an annual average daily basis, and compare that to the commitments that we have for developments that are in the queue to be built. This
I hope you don't expect us to see that.
Definitely not.
Is there any way to enlarge that?
Probably not from this station here,
Okay.
no. But we can provide you with this stuff in a much more visible format later if you wish.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So this here is really just a snippet to get into a brief discussion about how the county versus the state looks at our capacity. As I mentioned, the county is based on an annual daily flow, and the state is based off of a 3-month average flow.
Oh. Yeah, I know. I forgot.
There we go. And as you can probably now see on the zoomed in table, this is a snippet from a quarterly report that the county provides based on the flows that are being reported to them for each of the operating plants within the county. And then they subtract out the committed flows per the building permits that they have, which is slightly different than our commitments that we keep track of. And then they report on what is our percent of licensed capacity, what are we flowing at. So the bullets that are off to the left, from my recollection, basically summarizes that what we're seeing here is the county has been historically looking at our flows from this lens of an annual average daily flow. However, recent conversations, which I believe, Mayor, you have been privy to some of those, thank you, with the county's staff and management team, we are not held on a capacity limitation basis to the actual value that is in the county's operating permit. We are only held to the DEP's permit value, again, calculated completely differently. So because of that conversation and because of this difference in opinion on how permitting is managed and capacity is managed, the county is actually actively considering updating this table that they put out in reporting to actually be more in line with how the DEP reports. So we're all speaking the same language. We're all looking at the same values of what is flow in and flow available. So here is just a real brief snippet about how we analyze and essentially reserve capacity for developments. Simply put, from the ULDR, available capacity is determined by subtracting committed capacity for developments and the present flow, either the annual or the monthly average flows, from the actual design capacity of the plant. Now, what does that mean? The design capacity, that's effectively the DEP permitted capacity of 56.6 million gallons. So when you do the math, that's how we find out whether or not a specific proposed development actually can be handled by the plant and our operating system capacity. If there is adequate capacity available at the time of either a DRC review or at the time of permitting, we will reserve that capacity, and that's how we track what's available if, per se, every single development were to be built all of a sudden.
So just, I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but for every 100 units, like residential units, average size, whatever, is there like a number that you associate with in terms of flow that we normally deal with?
Yes, I do not have the number off the top of my head right now, but each unit in a development, depending on number of habitable bedrooms
Right.
or single-family homes, again, there is some limitations and calculations based on square footage.
Right.
There is what's called an equivalent residential unit
Right.
that each property is calculated into that tells you, I'll call it ERU, how many ERUs that property is calculated at will then tell us off of a table of average values for flow for that many units, how much flow we expect that development to have. Now, larger developments also will sometimes come into us with actual calculated flows for what they plan on using the actual permitted space for, especially for mixed use.
So what's the per unit discharge amount, effluent amount?
I would have to get back with you on
Oh,
that
I
one.
thought you knew that. Okay.
No, that number I do not have off the top of my head. I
Okay,
apologize.
all right, okay. So, okay, I'm sorry. I thought if you could get that back to us at some point, that would be great.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
And so once again, on summary on this sheet here, flows are reserved at the time of development permit approval. So you have two different processes. The DRC or whatever other board approves a development is when we will reserve capacity. But when you go to permit, we re-review capacity availability and one last time take a swing at whether or not there is capacity, and then we issue permits based off of that. So what does it look like in our world here? Current reserved capacity, as you see there, 3.9 million gallons. That's essentially what's in the queue that's been approved through DRC and building permitting. When we compare it to the county operating license methodology, we have no capacity. This is all, by the way, April's numbers, which, as you recall, that's when we put a pause on the letter issuances. And then when you look at the DEP's numbers and their methodology, we have roughly 7 million gallons of capacity available. So again, once again, after conversation with the county, that's the number that we focus solely on now today, and we are issuing letters. Don't forget, though, that 7 million may be today's availability, but when you look at what's in the queue, we've already got almost 1 million gallons of flow pending approval for commitment against that 7. Those are basically projects waiting, DRC or permits. And then another 30 projects in the queue waiting our team's analysis, which will add to that. So that 7.3 is really closer to 6, which don't fret, that 6 million gallons is, don't quote me on this, but it is several years worth of capacity if we continue developing at the rate that we've been developing the last few years. What are some of the factors that actually affect our capacity? Well, I think we all are pretty well aware of the heavy rainfall events we have. We have seasonal variations where water gets into the system. Rainfall, especially from the ones like April. Groundwater levels, as the sea level rise, so does our groundwater table. And all of that gets into the system through inflow and infiltration, or I&I. And basically, the cracks in the pipes or the manhole structures in the roads, the water gets into the system through the ground and then makes it to the plant, which does reduce our flow, our capacity, because it increases our daily flows depending on those variations. And then as we discussed earlier, anything going through DRC, those items are pending, reserving capacity, but may or may not ever be built. And then there are the actual developments going to building permit, which are imminent and will end up actually taking away true flow capacity in the future. The next 3 slides I'll go through real quickly because, again, I doubt you can see the numbers. But this here, if you look at the red versus gold versus blue, that the red line is this year's average monthly flow going into GTL. That big spike you see is April. And what that shows is how we went over our monthly flow capacity at the plant for that one particular month. Quite frankly, it was all because of that one storm that we had April 12th for the next couple of days thereafter. The gold line, you'll see a big spike running around June of last year. If you may recall, we had a very large rain event in June last year, which really inundated the city for about 3+ days. And what this shows more than anything is we do recognize what we all know, which is we have an inflow infiltration problem, which we are addressing. This shows the capacity based on the county's methodology of calculation. We've highlighted the point there where we exceeded 48 in April of this year. It's the only time we've exceeded it. And again, as we now have clarification, we don't actually look at this for capacity analysis purposes. We just watch it for the purpose of our permit with the county. And then here's the DEP. We have not exceeded, follow the red line, you can ignore the others because the red line represents the projected flows based on what is in permitting or DRC approval plus the flow. We have plenty of capacity, and the red dot at the far right, as you saw from an earlier slide, shows how we have roughly 7 million gallons in capacity based on the current average flows using the DEP's methodology. One last piece of the puzzle about flow coming into the system. It's not just the city of Fort Lauderdale, as most of us know. We also have large user agreements with Wilton Manors, Oakland Park, Port Everglades, and also portions of Tamarack, Davie, and parts of the county. What we like to highlight here is just real quickly, we have these large user agreements with these cities. And the top 2 rows show you how we have allocated capacity that's available to them for flow. Long story short, Oakland Park is allowed to flow to us on an average annual daily flow purpose. They use a 3-month rolling calculation at 2.93 million gallons. And in any given month, they're only allowed to flow to us 3.9 max peak. So in other words, they can go over that 2.9 every once in a while, but their average has to be 2.9, and they can't go over 3.9 in a given month. Highlighted in yellow is where these points are above the contractual agreements for what they're allotted. And I don't mean to focus on Oakland, but it happens to be highlighted in yellow right in front of me. So you'll see the average annual daily flow, which is what they're allowed to flow at 2.9. They have been averaging 5.2, which is significantly over their allotted flow. And then their April flow alone is 6.8. And what I highlight here between the 5.2 and 6.8, similar to the charts I showed you, is there's obviously some I&I issues in their systems as well. So they're overflowing their contractual allotments, and they appear to have I&I issues. So that's really what we're highlighting here.
Can you go back?
Yes.
Wilton Manors, the monthly allocation is 1.98.
Yes.
And the maximum monthly allocation for 2023 is 2.46.
Correct.
That population is 1/4 the size of Oakland Park, and yet they use half the allocation.
So Oakland Park does have a fair amount of flow. I do not know the flow yet, what it is that they're approved. They actually split their flows to Broward County systems as well as City of Fort Lauderdale systems. So they actually do run several million gallons per day to the county system. We're working with them to find out, and the county to find out what that is and how maybe we can also change that direction of flow.
Okay, so they're serviced by another municipality, not just us?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just thought that the numbers were a little off,
Understandably.
relatively speaking. Okay.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
When they are over the limit, what happens when we see these numbers? What is the end result, or what happens with this overage?
So right now, we've actually been having discussions with DOAN about where we can take this from here. But generally in the large user agreements that we have with these cities, we have the ability to charge. So when they flow over their monthly or their annual flows, we charge them a 25% surcharge on whatever it is that they're being billed. So long story short is we basically charge them more money because they're flowing more than they should. But we don't really have, outside of getting into more contentious court matters, we don't really have a lot of teeth in terms of either throttling the flow capacity by turning valves or telling them that they can't do it.
Well, now the question I think she was asking is, what do you do with the discharge?
Yes, that's the question, not turning any valves off.
She wants to know, when we reach capacity, what happens to the water?
Where does the water go?
Where does the
waste go?
Processed water go?
So the fully treated effluent that comes out of the plant, which is normally injected down the wells, when we go over the physical capacity of the plant, which we did most recently during the rainstorm. Emergency events cause that sometimes. We actually have a grandfathered permitted outflow for emergency purposes. So it goes, once again, it's fully treated effluent. It goes into the intercoastal near the port.
Thank you.
I just want to add, but, you know, it goes treated and it is clear as water.
Right.
So no bacteria is being dumped in natural waters.
Okay, any other questions? Does that complete your presentation, Chris?
Just a little bit more.
Sure, go ahead.
I promise.
No, it's okay.
So while we're monitoring
We love to
capacity,
talk about sewage.
you know, I just love it. While we're monitoring capacity, because we have to for permitting and is also protecting the city for future, what are we doing to improve or at least maintain capacity? So real quickly, we are aggressively addressing the I&I issue that I briefly brought up. We've spent roughly $25 million in the last 5 years. We have requested in our 5-year upcoming plan to more than quadruple that, 120, give or take, $1 million in I&I projects to help line our pipes, reduce that inflow coming from the ground, and hopefully reduce the actual flow coming into the system. We also have a plan for increasing the frequency that we clean those deep injection wells. So as you asked earlier about where does the effluent go, those wells are, as I mentioned before, capable of handling 93 plus or minus million gallons at a peak, but they're cleaned every 5 years. So when you hit 5 years, that 93 decreases over time. So we're going to clean those wells twice as often now, every 2 to 2.5 years, to maintain that peak flow capacity and reduce the need for flowing out in emergency cases through the outfall. We're also working amongst all the other millions that we're spending on capital improvements to our system. Specifically for the plant, we're looking into potential CIP projects at GTL where we can improve the capacity physically of the plant and therefore work with the DEP to potentially re-rate the plant, which would then take our 93.5, hopefully bump that up a bit, and ultimately cause our DEP permit to go up. And then from there, as I mentioned, we are working with identifying and, shall I say, helping the large users identify their sources of excess flow and convince them to reduce that. So in summary, we've got about 7 million available capacity now. That's the good news from a capacity perspective, because we are following DEP permits. We are continuing to address I&I much more aggressively now. We're working to modify processes at GTL and clean our wells more frequently. This will maintain and hopefully increase our maximum capacity. And once again, enforcing that overflow surcharge clause with our large users and working with them to help them address their own issues. And that does conclude.
Great. Does anyone have any questions? I guess that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if you can get back to us, I'd just like to have some sort of indication as to how much the new development impacts the amount of flow into
the equivalent units, yes.
The equivalent units, right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why does, like October, November, the usage tends to go up? I mean, I could see with rainy season, but I'm looking at some of these charts the last several years.
And I apologize, did you mention November?
I'm looking at, I guess, October, November, December, they seem to go up that time of year.
I think there are more people who are in town.
But I
So
think it'll be rainy
snowbirds are here.
season.
They're more.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a combination of what's going on. Roughly August, September is when you all start hearing us talk about king tides.
Okay.
And those king tides, while they start in August, September, the high water tables remain for another couple of months beyond that. So we do have elevated water tables, which again is getting into the system.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, business 2, budgeted city-sponsored events for the third quarter of 2023. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, we, as requested, provide a report prior to the quarter of the programmed city-sponsored events. And so this shows a listing of all the events that are taking place along with the associated budgets. And at the end of the quarter, we also provide a recap of the events that took place and also the actual expenditures. So at this point, we're providing this report to you all and are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, does anyone have any questions with regard to this report? There being none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Business 3, Micro Transit Pilot Program Update. Is Ben Rogers here? There he is.
There should be a there should be a staff presentation.
Are we going to see a video?
No, but there should be another presentation.
Ben, I'm not sure if we can take this out of order and have the circuit folks start theirs while your presentation is loaded up.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll kick it off. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. Ben Rogers, Director of Transportation Mobility. So today, we're here to talk about the microtransit pilot program. And really, we have two parts of the presentation. The first one is now going to be Circuit, who's going to provide their findings and their observation statistics of the pilot program. And then the second will be staff talking about their efforts with Broward County and the state of Florida on finding different funding sources. You go ahead and leave that up. There we go. So if we go to the second slide, on the program history, again, this started last January of 2022 when the commission kind of had some priorities of improving traffic and transportation. Then City Manager Chris Lagerbloom directed staff to create this pilot program, which was implemented on August 27th. Since that time, we came to the commission in November to provide an update. The commission then determined to extend the pilot for another 6 months. And during the last few months, we've expanded the service area into the Sistrunk Boulevard. We also created a new service area for the Gulf. So today, like I said, we're going to have Circuit provide some updates. We're going to have staff provide updates on our efforts with Broward County. The one thing I do want to try to get from the commission today is some feedback, because since we've launched this program and during the pilot program, we've heard different things. We need to expand the area. We have longer wait times. We have people who cancel rides because of the wait times. And so to address all those things, staff initially had a $1.5 million budget request for next year's budget. We took that to the Budget Advisory Board, and there was some hesitation and pause and some concerns about using general fund dollars and competing priorities of funds for this program. And so what we're looking today is to get some feedback from the commission, understanding that every request has a cost associated with it. So I'm going to invite Milos Mastorovic, who's our Deputy Director for Transportation Mobility, to come up and talk about the efforts with the county and the state. And then Jason Bagley, who's a partner with Circuit, is going to be doing a presentation on Circuit. And then I'll come back at the end to take any feedback from the commission.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon, everyone. Milos Majstorovic, Deputy Director for the City's Transportation Mobility Department. I'll provide a brief update on the City's Microtransit Pilot Program, and I'll also speak about our efforts on expanding these services by using both county funding and FDOT funding. So when it comes to microtransit, why microtransit? High-frequency transit is not always within walking distance of where people live and work. In those areas, microtransit connects people to other transit services and provides first and last mile service. On the other hand, high-frequency fixed route transit service is not always practical due to its cost, lack of ridership, which might be one of the scenarios along the proposed routes. Microtransit offers appropriate coverage at the reduced cost as compared to fixed route transit service. The main goal of our microtransit service is to expand the reach of transportation services in areas that are lacking other reliable transportation options. Currently, we are working on 3 different microtransit programs which are listed in here. In addition, the ongoing pilot program funded by the city, we're also seeking expansion of these services by utilizing, again, county and state funding. The current pilot program is fully funded by the city, mostly by the general fund. While it originally started as a downtown and beach service only, the pilot was expanded in mid-March of this year to Dorsey River Bend neighborhood. This expansion was done using available resources without increasing the cost of the program or number of the vehicles, which can affect adversely wait times as larger area is served by the same number of vehicles. We also identified some limited funding for the new service in the Gold Mile through end of this fiscal year. That Gold Mile service started about a month ago. Overall, service is provided using 9 fully electric vehicles, which operate 7 days a week and as much as 12 hours a day. Our FY24 budget request seeks to enhance the existing service and expand it by adding more resources to more appropriately accommodate passenger demand and reduce wait times. Circuit has been a great partner to work with, and I want to thank them for their support on a day-to-day basis, as well as support provided during flash flood event on April 12th. During that time, for a few days, they have provided transportation services to all affected residents at no cost to the city, utilizing their own resources. Jason in here, who is with Circuit, is here with us today, and after I'm finished, he will provide more information related to the current microtransit program, including market saturation testing that they have done over the last couple of months, during which they added about double more vehicles in service as compared to what we normally have. When it comes to county-funded programs, so aside of our city-funded program, we're also trying to leverage county and state funding. Over the last few months, we have been working with Broward County Transit staff in pursuing a very first microtransit pilot program funded by the Broward County surtax funding, and we're lucky to be part of the phase 1 of this program. The upper map that you show on your slide shows the areas that we have requested originally to be funded by the phase 1 of this pilot program. Ultimately, after Broward County review and due to limitations associated with the phase 1 of this program, service areas A1 and A2, which are circled in red in here, were selected to be part of the phase 1. The city will pursue inclusion of additional service areas going forward in the future as county launches second and other phases of this program. In terms of this pilot program, it would be a 3-year pilot. It would operate 5 days a week, up to 12 hours a day. It would be serving trip lengths of 3 miles or less. Wait times would be 15 minutes or less. It would be at no cost to the city or to the users. There would be various ways to request the ride. Public outreach would be conducted, and for Broward County Transit, it is expected to launch before calendar year end. We will keep you updated in connection to this program via commission memos. The city is also funding or pursuing microtransit pilot program in northwest area of the city utilizing FDOT grant funding, not the city funding. The goal for this service is to operate in a similar fashion to our existing microtransit service. At this time, we are working to finalize FDOT agreements and will be issuing a solicitation for this new service soon. Our goal is to commence service in early 2024, and based on available grant funding, we anticipate a 2-year pilot program. It is worth noting that the city, as part of the Broward County Transit fiscal year 2023 community shuttle program, applied for fixed route service in this area. However, service was not approved as Broward County Transit, among other reasons, did not find sufficient trip generators to support a fixed route service model. We believe that the microtransit service that we are currently pursuing will provide even better coverage as compared to the fixed route service that was originally pursued. Finally, this slide shows or combines everything I have shown in the prior few slides in terms of combined service area utilizing the city, county, and state funding, provided FY24 funding on the city side is secured. One of the points of clarification is that the area that is shown here in orange was part of our original FY24 funding request. However, our intent is to leverage FDOT funding for this area instead. This means that our original funding request, if approved, we would be able to either further enhance service in the city-funded areas, expand service areas further, or reduce the amount of funding request. I want to thank you for all your support in the past and in the future in regards to this program. I want to thank also Broward County and FDOT for their support and funding, as we all have a shared goal of improving mobility. This concludes my presentation, and I will ask Jason from Circuit to continue with the update to microtransit program, including market saturation testing. And at the end of this presentation, both Jason and me will be available, and Ben, to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you so
Mayor,
much.
could I just ask Milos something while he's there?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Milos, and thank you for your work on this. I just wanted a point of information on Exhibit 1, page 5 of 7, where it says county-funded program. If you could go to that page. It says that the city had submitted 4 service areas for consideration. If you look at the last bullet, A4, it says District 2, but those neighborhoods are not District 2, just so you understand.
We will correct that.
It says
We
Imperial
apologize for
Point
that.
and Coral Ridge Isles, those are District 1.
Thank you for the
I
feedback.
don't see any service area for District 2.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Circuit.
Thank you, Milos. Good afternoon, everyone. Jason Bagley, partner with Circuit. I'll run through our data since the pilot program launched in October. I'll skip through. There's some redundancies here, but just a quick overview. Some partnerships we have in Broward County. City of Hollywood, we're actually renewing, or when we just won, we're selected for a new contract that we're supposed to be signing tomorrow. That will also expand to cover part of the western part of the city. We have a successful program in Pompano Beach, Wilton Manors, and then the Galt Mile and Lauderdale by the Sea are a blended location. And also in South Florida, West Palm Beach, we just were selected to provide the service citywide. We took over the trolley routes, doing on-demand service and a fixed route using electric vans. Interesting there, there's a mobility coalition that's funding this. It started out as just the DDA. Then we had Brightline come on board. Now we have the city of West Palm Beach, and also soon to add the town of Palm Beach, as well as the related group and some other private developers. We also service all the Brightline stations, and then our national with large focus regions in California, New York, Massachusetts, and Texas, but started here in Fort Lauderdale. I've been a resident since 2003. Started this service actually in 2011, and it's expanded quite a bit since then. So this is our current service area. It started with the yellow area, and then we added the Dorsey Riverbend neighborhood in March. We also have the Galt. There's a slide coming up on that, but this is the big story, the market overview since our service launch, or since this pilot launch in August till yesterday. We have moved 143,000 passengers. Burning 0 ounces of gas, average wait time about 12 minutes. It's gone down recently. It's a little higher than we'd like, but it's all part of the high demand that we have for the service. This is the monthly ridership, and you can see the spike start late August is when we launched. So we were doing 7,700 riders a month, quickly went to 10,000, 11,000, small dip in November we had a hurricane then, and then built up since then. As Milos mentioned, we have decided to do our own saturation test that launched in March and is still going today, meaning we added vehicles at our cost to really test out the market and see what would happen if we double down and double the supply and see what happens with the demand. And the market reacted, and obviously the spike in ridership shows that we've gone from about 5,000 riders a month to over 22,000 riders a month in that time period. It's about a 400% increase. 35, on average, about 35% of our rides are pooled, meaning 2 different requests jumping in the same car. So there's some efficiencies there, obviously. We want to focus on this and be able to pool. And again, with the more cars that are on the road, we have the option to do that. Just to show some data that we can get pretty granular on and showing when the peak demand times are by hour. Also by day of the week. And then the age, the demographics, more than 42% of our riders are 64 years or older. And then this is some heat maps that shows the top pickup and drop-off locations. We focused on the barrier island for this example, but can pull any data pretty much in real time and provide that if there's any questions. This is the GALT program. We actually joined with Lauderdale by the Sea and did a blended service area. We're already doing over 1,000 riders a week, and that just launched last month. This is a survey we conducted in November, and just to show, I know there's a question of what's the split of locals versus visitors that are using the service. We can pull that based on app data and zip codes that people enter there, but response to this survey was 103 local and 81 visitors. And just some other survey results, and then this is really what we're here for. I understand the cost of the program it's still a fraction of any other fixed route service, about a fifth of that, of what we've looked at for fixed route service. That is not direct or door-to-door. Something interesting that we do in Hollywood, the service started as free, and we then implemented a fare asked by the city. About a year and a half in, they said, what if we add a $1 fare to control this demand a little bit? So we implemented a $1 fare. The next month, we actually gave more rides. The service got a little bit more efficient because there wasn't as many wasteful trips or requests. People requesting 4 or 5 times a day that didn't really need to get anywhere, but it was so convenient they would just use it. We also get a lot of cancellations. So with that 22,000 riders we did in May, we also missed another 6,000 rides. Some of those are people going on the app and seeing what the wait time is and then canceling it, or when they sign up, a lot of times they'll go in and try and request a ride just to see how to use it. But I think if the supply was there, we could have moved 30,000 people in May. So something to consider would be implementing a fare. I think the market would respond to a $1 or $2 fare if you could get quicker service and more availability of it. There's also an opportunity to do promo codes or discounts for residents that we can put out there. They get 5 free rides a month, or however that would want to be structured. We also have zones coming out soon on our app. So if one of the issues we have is the area is just so big, so it takes quite a long time to get from one end to the other. But with this zone build that we have coming, we could break it up where there's the downtown zone and then everything surrounding that. If you want to travel between zones, there could be a fare, and if it was in one zone, it could be free. So a lot of options there, and happy to explore any of it and answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
I do, yes.
Ma'am.
How are you doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Really excited. I was really advocating for this opportunity to come into District 3 and over into the Dorsey Riverbend area. And we've been having a lot of positive activity. People are taking advantage of the ride service. Also, I've been getting questions about what has been cancellations on the driver, on the request of the passenger, but the drivers have been canceling. And it's usually a combination of a path where someone may be on the beach, and then they're coming west over to back to the district to their home. And a lot of times the cancellation is on behalf of the passenger because the wait time is so long.
Right.
And then also a flip side of that, sharing an experience I had personally. I had requested for a ride, and it was, I know the wait time, and it was a little longer, and the driver called and explained that, it would be a little bit longer. But in the conversation, it was also suggested that maybe I consider a different method of transportation because of the length of time. But I needed the ride, and I did say who I was. And when I said that, I said, I'm willing to wait.
Okay.
I'm taking this so I can have the experience because what I'm being told.
Sure.
So when I did get when the driver did arrive, there was a conversation that was shared that some drivers are not willing to come into the Dorsey Riverbend area because there's not necessarily tips being given, and it's interfering. You know, they're working and they feel like the monies are on the east side. So my question to you is, one, are you aware of any type of cancellations where, one, the drivers are not accepting the rides, and two, where there's a long period of wait where the person who's requesting the ride, by default, they have to cancel? Do you have any data for that?
We can certainly pull it. And first and foremost, I apologize for if that was your experience. We have about 60 drivers right now in Fort Lauderdale. And we do track the cancellations, and we don't typically look at where they're coming from, but we have access to look at that information. And we haven't had any disproportionate amount of complaints from any neighborhood other than, over any other. But I'm happy to look into that information.
If you would, because
Absolutely.
I do have constituents, they unfortunately don't always make a complaint, but they talk amongst themselves.
Sure.
And then what happens, that deters others from taking advantage of the opportunity. And again, I am a fan of Circuit. My husband and I, my family, we do utilize it, and it's a great opportunity. So I want to see this pilot program, if Align Right falls in line with funding, that it be something that the city can embrace and continue moving forward.
I appreciate that and the feedback.
Any other questions?
For Ben, not necessarily with Circuit, but micro. Ben, can I ask a question? Well, I guess this is a good time to bring this up. It was brought up in the agenda briefing. What's the status of two other things, the scooters as well as bicycles, the electric bikes or the B-cycle program at this point?
Yeah, so for the scooters and the bike, we had them lumped together in one solicitation or one proposal package, and we received applications right before COVID, and we never awarded any permits for anyone to operate. During that time, there was a lot of discussion from the previous commission about the scooters in totality and some of the challenges that the city's faced from a legal standpoint, from an operability standpoint, from scooters operating in areas that they weren't supposed to operate. And so at that point, staff looked at some revisions and modifications to maybe the ordinance and things that we could do in the future. But other than that, it has not moved forward.
I have a question of our gentleman from Circuit. I see that on page 7 of your presentation, you have extensive coverage between Pompano and the Galt Ocean Mile area. Now, I'm not quite sure what that service is, but other than people wanting to go up and down the beach, but I've gotten some feedback from folks in the Galt that wanted to know if we could extend the route to Target, which actually brings it further west along Oakland Park Boulevard. That way people can get to a grocery store, can get to go shopping and so forth, and not just for the purpose of patronizing restaurants and beachfront establishments. So I offer that to you, if you could continue to think about that as a possibility.
Absolutely. We can really adjust this as everybody wishes. Whatever makes the most sense. That's the beauty of the system, is it's flexible, and we changed this map today because I missed a small neighborhood by Sea Ranch Lakes, and it was done in a matter of 2 minutes.
Okay.
So we can do that. I will say that if it was going to Target, we'd need a different type of vehicle, either a sedan. We're using Teslas in Fort Lauderdale right now as well, or an electric van, depending on capacity of what we expect, how many people want to move to and from.
Okay. Yes, Ben.
So Mayor, if I can, and I think that's one of the feedback points we're looking today. So as we build out this program and we go from a pilot program to what could be a permanent program, there's no permanent dollars that go from last year to this year. So there's no dollars in next year's budget at all. And so that's what we're trying to make sure that we understand what the commission's looking for. Are we looking for service in high dense areas that have short rides, short wait times? Or are we trying to connect the entire community with this service and have a bigger service area, but with that comes a lot more resources and a lot more expenses with it. And before you answer that, we are working with the county. We're trying to, again, push for surtax funding. I know that I've heard that from different sources. I know that from the public side, we're working with it. I know from the private side, they're working on it. But as of right now, it doesn't look like those funds would be available for our current service area for next year.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. We have one person who signed up to speak, Ted and Sarah. Ted?
Mayor, and I wanted to ask Ben a question while he was up there.
Okay.
Because what you just talked about, Ben, in terms of going from a pilot to something more permanent, what is the goal? And I ask that question because I am concerned that we make a dent going forward on our major arteries like Sunrise Boulevard, 17th Street, even maybe Oakland Park Boulevard, all of those east-west corridors that we know folks complain about traffic all of the time. So what exactly is our goal, and what are we trying to achieve? And are there benchmarks that we're looking to accomplish in terms of traffic that we're that we're experiencing right now on those major arteries?
Yeah, so the initial goal of the pilot, per City Manager Lauderdale, was to really focus on the peak business time. So when the majority of the city is activated, when you have workers that are in town, you have residents that are active, you have a lot of different populations in the downtown environment, and try to mitigate during the business hours the number of vehicles. So if you have to go to a lunch meeting, you go across town for a meeting, that there's other ways that you can get there than a single occupancy vehicle. So that was the initial one. However, we threw the pilot net kind of wide. We had weekends on there, we had nighttime on there to find out what the utilization and the service, reception would be. And I think one of the things that we've learned is that, as Jason illustrated, the age population, I don't think that, a lot of people think that this is an older demographic that's using it. And a lot of people think it's younger population going to the bars or going out at night, and that, has not been proven to be the case.
What's your opinion in terms of, I know you mentioned the 1 cent surtax. Do you find that the parameters and criteria and benchmarks within that program fit the opportunity for us to maybe look for more vehicles and look for ways to expand this program? Is that something that you see fitting within that surtax program?
As of today, not as much. As Mueller's reported, the county has created their first pilot program, but they were looking in areas that didn't have fixed route service. So anywhere that there was a fixed route, they didn't prioritize those areas. So that would be a kind of a conflict with our downtown and a lot of our areas in the city. So I think they're moving their way to it, but as of right now, I don't think we're going to get a lump sum that would cover our needs to continue operating at the parameter that our pilot program is operating right now.
Because I do believe that we should try to push for that and advocate for that because, and I've said this before, I don't think we do get our fair share of that 1 cent surtax dollar, considering how much of a donor Fort Lauderdale is to that program. And I feel that, when this program was first rolled out for that 1 cent surtax, much of it was centered around transportation, and we were a big proponent of that, and we pushed to get that passed, and it did. So I just wish that we could, somehow have more meetings with the county, convince them why this is important, because I think the ridership over time has been significant on this program. I think it shows that there is that demand, but at the same time, I don't want to just always do this as a pilot. I really want to see us to be able to come up with a plan that looks at this as a permanent program and one that expands upon the success that we're already experiencing. So again, City Manager, maybe in your conversations with the county administrator, to again, emphasize with her how important this transportation opportunity is, this microtransit opportunity, and how we see this as a way to really alleviate a lot of the issues here. Again, we do not have the land that a lot of the western municipalities have. We don't have the ability to increase lanes. We don't have the ability, we don't have those rights of ways and those easements to do what other communities can do. So therefore, I think accommodations have to be made where we can seek this funding for what will work in our city as opposed to the other municipalities. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I definitely will write a letter to the county administrator, and also you all as a board can also unify your voice, and also that will have weight on the county commission as well. So I encourage you all as well. We can draft a letter for you for the mayor's signature so that your request for having surtax dollars fund this as a permanent program is presented, and for them to advocate for it.
Is that something we should do a resolution for? Because I echo my colleagues here. I'd love to see this go up and down commercial. I'd like to see it go to Holy Cross and Imperial Point hospitals, so some of my residents have an opportunity to, go visit doctors without having to drive there, folks that may or may not be able to drive for whatever reason. So again, the mayor also mentioned going down Oakland Park Boulevard to get to Target. So I think we have a lot of opportunity to expand our service areas. I know at least in my district, as well as I'm sure the others. I think this is a critical opportunity for us to take advantage of green technology that meets the needs of our residents, and we could probably fund most of this program on the cost of one bus.
So do we have a consensus here? I don't think we need a resolution per se, John. Do we have a consensus to allow a letter to be prepared for my signature to send to the county? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, very good. Mr. Ansara, share us your words of wisdom.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh my goodness, people from the Gulf want to get to Target. We got to change the maps tomorrow. This only benefits such a select few. It's a city funded, it's county funded is what I hear. And it's got the same old neighborhoods that are affected by it. Where's Edgewood? Where's Croissant Park? Where is Riverside? Where is Shady Banks? Where is Riverside? I mean, where are all these neighborhoods that are, if you live west of US 1, I guess we'll get those scooters somebody was talking about, but we're definitely not going to get these. If progress, in my opinion, only benefits a select few, it is not progress, it's called bias. And these are the same old neighborhoods getting the perks, getting the meat, and while we are paying for it with our dollars, we get nothing. It's to me, they bit off a little more than they could chew right off the bat. If you want to get from anywhere along to the beach, you're good. But if you go west, not so much. Thank you, Commissioner, for saying, you would like to see it expanded down different avenues, because the way it is now, it's a city-funded operation that only benefits a very select few in the upper neighborhoods, if you ask me.
Okay, so Mr. Ansara.
Didn't one of those maps include every one of those neighborhoods? Every single one of those neighborhoods, I think, is on the
No.
Well, no. Commissioner,
The county,
you're
though.
correct. If you look at page 5 of 7 of Exhibit 1, the presentation that we had from Milos.
Right.
The city did submit 4 service areas. The county did select 2 of them. They selected A1, which is south of Broward Boulevard, west of I-95. They also selected south of Broward Boulevard between I-95 and
Right.
US 1. So they did select those for their pilot program, and they are now conducting solicitation for the service provider for those very areas
Every
that you
single
just
area you
mentioned.
mentioned, right.
Yes.
No, there's nothing in River Oaks. There's nothing in Edgewood. There's nothing,
I believe there is.
Well,
There's not.
aren't those areas either south of Broward, west of I-95, or south of Broward between I-95 and US 1?
Yeah, if you can enlarge, is there any way to enlarge that? No.
It's right, yeah, it's those.
Can you
with
enlarge that?
The circle right there.
No.
Yeah.
No. Enlarge
No, it's
the thing at the bottom. Enlarge that.
There you go. That's the one.
Is that
Can you
service
enlarge
right
that?
now?
Can you enlarge that? Can you enlarge that some more?
That's coming up.
Is this service now, or is this proposed service?
No, the county has selected these areas. If you again look at page 5 of 7, they've selected these 2 areas in Fort Lauderdale, and they're right now conducting solicitation for a service provider for these areas that we're looking at right now.
That's correct, Commissioner, and with service planned before the end of this calendar year.
Yes.
So your wishes come true.
Yes, see?
See, that's why I come.
Beautiful.
And see how quickly we
Yes.
respond, Mr. Ansara?
We're happy
Yes,
to
I
help.
do. Thank you very much.
We're happy to help.
Time's up.
Happy to help.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, there being none, we move on to the next Business 4. This is a presentation of City Hall status update. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, so Mayor, we are now going to provide you with an update as far as what the condition of City Hall is and what progress we've made with our insurance claim efforts. We'd like to give you as much information as we have so that you all can provide us with specific firm direction this evening. This evening, there will be a request for you all to approve a motion that will help us firm up our plans for the next weeks to come so that we can then start looking at our mid-term relocation efforts. And with that said, we have Matt and also Director Dodd available to provide a presentation for you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and our neighbors. My name is Matthew Cobb. I'm the Assistant Risk Manager, Human Resources Department. I'm going to provide the presentation today on the City Hall update. Our presentation will go over the insurance policies, the proceeds options, the repair option, the expense coverage, and then Director Dodd will go over the next steps for the city. So, the city has multiple policies that cover our properties. We have approximately 260 buildings with an insurable value of $550 million, covered by a layered program which has 6 primary insurers. City Hall, which was primarily impacted by the flood event, is covered by 2 primary policies: the National Flood Insurance Program, which provides limits up to $500,000, and our layered property policy, which provides flood coverage up to $25 million. The city also has an additional extra expense available to it. As you may recall, at the last conference commission, the Public Works Director walked you through an initial conservative budget estimate of approximately $16 million for mechanical and electrical system damages at City Hall. For the purposes of today's presentation, and in absence of final reports from our consultants and insurer, we'll be using this same number. This slide reflects what could be the result should the commission decide to move forward with abandoning City Hall and move forward with construction of a new City Hall facility. The $16 million estimated cost for the repair damages would be subject to negotiation. Portions of the cost might be excluded or reduced based upon what the different appraisers determine. And then ultimately depreciation would be applied to the final settlement amount. The next option available is the repair option. This is the primary purpose of insurance. Using the same conservative budget estimate, this slide represents what could happen should the City Commission decide to rehabilitate City Hall. It should be noted that the policy, again, is capped at a $25 million maximum for the flood damages. City Hall is a structure that was built more than 50 years ago. During the rehabilitation process, unforeseen issues could be discovered, mainly structural concerns, asbestos, lead, other things which might lead to cost overruns which would exceed the policy limits. This policy would also include relocating the mechanicals or the electricals out of the basement area to provide them in line with the new code. And this extra expense coverage. This is a maximum of $5 million. Extra expense examples include the relocation, the temporary office space cost, the emergency power and HVAC system cost, etc. The current projected cost to continue to keep City Hall running is approximately $1 million per month. We will exceed this policy limit very quickly. Based upon this information, as the manager explained, we'll be looking for your direction in the future.
Does that complete your presentation?
And now Mr. Dodd will talk about the next steps.
Mr. Dodd.
Okay. Mayor and Commissioners, the
resolution that we have tonight is to get some initial direction. But really, as we look at the path forward, we're looking in terms of short-term, medium-term, long-term. In the short term, right now we cannot occupy City Hall, and we are going through about 30 to 35,000 a day in order to maintain the temporary HVAC and electrical. And we have done everything possible to minimize that cost as much as we can, but it's still extremely expensive for essentially what is a storage facility at this point in time. And so what we are recommending is that we should start taking the items that are in there and either disposing of them, putting them into storage, or moving them into another location so that we can eventually turn off the HVAC and shut down the electrical.
What's in there?
Right now, a lot of people still we have desks, we have a lot of records, we have the IT room is still operating. There's a lot of equipment that is there that, remember, a lot of people are working from home, so they only took what they absolutely needed to do their work, but the majority of their stuff still sitting in their cubicles or in their offices.
Mr. Mayor, and also, while we share this information with you, the resolution, or I'm sorry, the motion that's being presented tonight for you all to vote on, will allow us to start also a liquidation process. That is, things that we feel will no longer have any value in our operations. We would like to get that direction from you all, that we can use our vendors for auctioneering so that we can at least retain some value or dispose of some of those physical items as well. And want to add that concurrently, we are gathering some final proposals, and we hope to bring them to you at the next City Commission with potential office space that is very near the existing City Hall. And you all have taken certain tours of the facility, and we look forward to bringing that and before you on the 20th, on the June 20th meeting.
It seems like we have to get out of that City Hall. We're spending $1 million a month to operate there. That would seem to be like a super priority to get out of there as soon as possible. If we're not planning to go back in there, and your recommendation is that we don't, I just think that spending $1 million a month is crazy. So anyway,
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any further? Does that complete your remarks?
Really, Mayor, that is it. We know that we're a minimum of 24 to 36 months with any option for a long-term solution, and we think that we need to cut the expenses on City Hall the way it's being operated right now.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Dodd?
I have a couple questions.
Yes, yes, Vice Mayor.
This question stemmed from actually slide number 3. It was a breakdown of the 2 policies. Wait a minute.
What page are you on?
It was page 3 of 7.
Page 3 of 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, here we are. Okay, is that it? Yes, it was talking about the 2 policies, and it was a statement made that the cost would be for the 2 policies. There's of 500,000. Is that correct? And then 125 million.
Yes, the NFIP policy has a maximum limit of $500,000. And then the flood through our property policy has a limit of $25 million. So
Okay.
it's a total of $25.5 million.
Okay, and then there was a statement about, said about additional city expenses. What are those expenses and how much are we talking about?
That's the $5 million limit for additional expenses. And so those are the expenses that we are currently occurring as far as the electrical, the HVAC at City Hall, any kind of expenses to move staff out of City Hall, rent temporary office space while the building is being repaired, et cetera.
Do we have a dollar amount for what we have accrued at this time for those additional city expenses?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Vice Mayor Melissa Doyle with Public Works. We did just recently receive the beginning of invoicing from our contractors which I'm pleased to report is a little bit lower than what we had initially anticipated our costs were going to be, specifically for our first month, where we were bringing in all of our resources, the cavalry, if you will, to try to make sure that our City Hall stayed on life support and survived the journey. So we think that we're probably somewhere north of 2.3 million. But as Colonel Dodd did indicate in his presentation, we expect that those costs running right now are roughly $30,000 to $35,000 per day. And again, that is pending us being able to validate those invoices.
Okay, and then there was another question that I have. We talked about storage. We would have to remove those items from City Hall now, understanding that, it's there, and how much would the new storage, how much are we going to pay for storage in the future?
So it's an excellent question, and our procurement team has already been very involved in trying to make sure that we get estimates from companies that have been competitively procured. I believe our estimate to move out of City Hall completely, store for a period of time that I believe is roughly 60 days, please don't hold me to that, but I believe it's 60 days, and to move back into another facility is north of $700,000. And again, those are working numbers. Please understand that those numbers are not finalized.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yes, ma'am.
Couple of questions.
Any other questions?
Yeah, a few things I want to ask. Insurance, just want to go over the insurance one more time. There's a $500,000 and then another $25 million, so it's 25 and a half. There's another $5 million for additional expenses. Is it, well, first, is this like replacement cost, or is it like, do we have things that are like depreciated, they're down from there, or something to, do we get full value if it's totaled, or how does that work?
It would depend on the option that is selected. For repair, it is replacement cost. The actual cost up to the policy limit to repair City Hall to the condition it was prior to the flood event.
Right.
Under the insurance proceeds option, it would be actual cash value, which is a depreciated cost. The insurance company would take the cost that it would be to repair it, and then they would depreciate it based upon the age and the useful life of the equipment that was damaged.
So if we decide to abandon it and build again, we're not going to, even though it's going to be above the 25 million, we're not going to get to 25.5. It's going to be multiplied by a depreciation factor.
Correct.
Okay. The other expenses, is that the same policy, or is that the same, or?
Yes, yeah, the extra expense of $5 million is the same policy.
Okay.
And it's a sublimit under that policy.
Okay. Is there any, does anything take into consideration of reimbursement from FEMA? FEMA
Yes.
reimbursement?
That is correct. FEMA is a payer of last resort, as they call themselves. So they would come into play after the city has exhausted its insurance policy.
And they would fill gaps, what would cost, or they just get?
The city would be able to apply for FEMA reimbursement for under a project, which is undetermined at this point in time.
Would that also include, in addition to replacement, also moving expenses and temporary relocation and things like that we could apply for?
Good afternoon again. So FEMA does, as Matt has already shared, provide a opportunity for funding of last resort. So once we are able to determine, number one, what the insurance company would offer related to the damages incurred at City Hall, city staff has also secured a independent engineering consultant who will be providing a similar report. That information will be used to negotiate with the insurance policy. At the point that we have resolved that and those negotiations are complete, we will then develop a project worksheet, number one, related to emergency protective measures, and those are things like keeping City Hall on life support or any of the flooding expenses that were related to City Hall. We also have the opportunity to provide a separate project and ask for additional funding, potentially to look at subsidizing or assisting with other expenses, and that could include, Commissioner, things like the relocation out of City Hall, temporary rental space, and potentially could include some expenses related to City Hall if the decision is made to abandon and rebuild a new facility.
Before you leave, I have another question related to that. Going from short to midterm, and I think you said it was somewhere north of 700,000 to store and then moved from short term to midterm. Regarding something that Commissioner Beasley Pittman brought up, a key thing is how long, City Manager, also, if you want to add to this, what's your anticipated time frame that we will be able to go into midterm? Because if it's going to be 2 weeks, why start going into storage? If it's going to be 2 months, then maybe it's something to think about. What's your feeling?
So prior to this meeting, we met with Colliers, and we were attempting to get something before you even as early as this meeting. We are hopeful that on the 20th, we can get something approved. If we get that approval, we can give the go-ahead to the potential building tenant. They can start having everything ready, and we could start looking at within 2 to 3 weeks from date of execution of the contract. Once that happens, then we can have staff move and set up your offices as best as possible, so that you all can operate and start, occupying those offices. I'd like to, if you haven't already, receive your feedback for office needs, how many offices you need for yourself, for your assistants. I also asked the commission that, we're trying to do the best to minimize the commitment and minimize how long we are, or how much we pay through this time for the downtown facility. And we are trying to bring back also around 300 employees that are working from home as well, including attorneys. So the priority will be to have the commission, attorneys, city manager office, and then all the other offices start come in. We're looking at somewhere mid-July to August, already having everyone back online, if we get some contracts before you on the 20th.
Okay. Mr. Dodd, can I ask you a question too, or it's somebody? Has anybody looked at this particular point? I know you were doing the best to avoid this, but any mold that we do have in there, furniture that might, evaluate, maybe we shouldn't be moving it out, and that might impact how much, if a lot of it's ruined, we might not have to go to storage if we're going to have to just get rid of it, liquidate it. Any mold issues or permanent damage to fixed furnishings?
Commissioner, with regards to the mold issue, are we just speaking not necessarily to mold, but the condition of the furniture itself?
Well, anything that's not worth saving, that maybe,
Does it speak to the condition of the furniture, please?
Yeah, so Commissioner, when the building first was impacted, within about a week after that, we did go in and we did an assessment for mold and determined there was no mold at that time. We've been conditioning since then, so there should not be any new mold appearances. But what we will be doing as part of this process is also evaluating the furniture and stuff in there and liquidating or throwing out things that we just don't need to be hanging on to. Some of the furniture is very old, and that will be part of the process to determine what needs to be put into storage, what can be just liquidated, either sold off or thrown away, and what things we would want to move into a temporary facility for staff to continue using.
Again, obviously, depending on how much stuff we throw away, will determine whether it's even worth it to get storage or not, I would imagine.
Yeah, some things are not worth putting into storage. They just need to go away, either liquidate it, sell it to somebody else, or throw away.
Put it out to pasture. Okay, thank you very much.
I have an additional question.
Yes, go ahead.
Bottom line, with wherever we're going to be until there is a
New City
Hall. Bottom line, how much money are we talking about? How much is this going to cost us?
So That's a very good question. It all depends too on the terms that we get for the contract, Vice Mayor. So I want to bring those to your review at the next commission meeting, whatever I have on hand. But we're looking at a price point that is average for downtown, and that could be somewhere between anywhere from $35 to $45 a square foot. I mean, we've received various proposals, but each proposal comes with its specific term and condition. So we are going to keep negotiating those, and we look forward to bringing that to you.
What is the total square footage that we're looking at?
The total square footage is very variable because we're looking at hybrid models, and we're looking at also a space for chambers. So it could be anywhere from 50,000 square feet to 75,000 square feet.
Okay, and this temporary space, what fund are we paying for this out of?
It would be general fund.
General fund, okay.
And we have put that in our budget for next year. Again, it all depends on the space configuration. Priority is commission, how many offices you all will need. And then thereafter, the remaining offices will accommodate as best as possible.
Okay. Before we make this final decision, will we again discuss, I guess, how many office spaces that are truly needed? Because thinking about this, a hybrid is a very resourceful way to save money. So I want to make sure that when we make this decision, that we're making a decision that is being mindful of the taxpayers' monies.
Absolutely.
Because 50, how many square feet did you tell me?
50,000 square feet.
50,000 square feet times 35, or if I do the maximum, 45 square feet. That's a lot of money for a temporary space. And if we can work in a hybrid opportunity, that would definitely be something, funds that could be used in a different manner moving forward. If it is determined, we will be building a new city hall.
Vice Mayor, I appreciate what you've mentioned right now, because ultimately it's the taxpayers that we want to make sure that we address the needs as best as possible and minimize commitment costs for the commission. So definitely we will bring all those options to the table, hopefully on the 20th.
Thank you.
I want to go ahead and echo that. I think I made my position relatively clear at the last meeting that I think we should be looking at the lowest cost option that meets all the needs of our employees. You know, we're talking about how we're going to fund things like Circuit, and we're looking at some space that I consider to be relatively expensive relative to other options that are out there. So it comes down to prioritizations. And if we can save money by relocating to other facilities that are equally as attractive, if not more so, at a lower cost, and then redeploy those funds to some more pressing issues. We certainly had our conversation this morning, which identified certain needs. We've had this conversation regarding Circuit, which have identified financial needs. So again, I would argue very strongly that we do the fiscally responsible thing and make sure that whatever space we wind up with is the least expensive for the most value.
Okay. I think we're all interested in that as well. Any further questions? We have two people have signed up to speak. Thank you, Mr. Dodd.
Are you looking at, Greg, Mr. City Manager, are we looking at a hybrid model, like the forward-facing things downtown and maybe some of the back end at least expensive sites, or what's our thought on that now?
So when I said hybrid, I meant hybrid in the office, that we've been able to accommodate that today. There, for example, HR rotates staff. They have 3, 2, 2, 3. They have different configurations. It's not optimal, but that's what I mean by hybrid. As far as hybrid, looking at different places for offices, we have not looked at that yet. We have, right now, we're looking at one place where operations can consolidate, and that is pending a negotiation right now.
Any further questions? Okay. Two people have signed up to speak, Evan Gross and Sheldon Gross. Is Evan here? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The clock already started, so can we? I need my full 3 minutes, so the clock.
Well, go ahead.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure I'm not going to. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Evan Gross, and I'm part of the ownership of 1515 West Cypress Creek Road. I'm here today to discuss aspects which may have been missed at the last Commission conference meeting. At the end of the day, we respect the city, the Commission, and the taxpayers, and strongly believe that our opportunity creates a win for everyone. The first section I will present is clarifications. At the last Commission conference meeting, it was mentioned that it takes 45 minutes to drive from City Hall to 1515 West Cypress Creek. Based on Google Maps, the drive time is approximately 15 minutes. Furthermore, Uptown, which is where the property is located, is booming. Not only is the city's EOC located across the street from the property, but Broward County has public-facing operations, including the property appraiser, supervisor of elections, 911 call center, and the Value Adjustment Board, all located in Uptown. These operations employ over 600 team members. Discussions with Broward County emphasize that many employees do not live downtown and they do not want to battle the traffic to drive downtown. Perhaps the same is true with city staff. This section addresses the cost savings of 1515 West Cypress Creek. At the last meeting, Colliers presented their estimates, their estimated cost and construction timeline, which we use to calculate the substantial cost savings the city and taxpayers will realize by relocating to 1515 West Cypress Creek. These savings can be used for other projects such as neighborhood enhancements. The build-out cost at our property is zero. It is a plug-and-play, move-in ready, and turnkey. The city will spend at least $1.1 million in other properties. Keep in mind, this is sunk cost, as once the lease ends, any improvements become ownership of the landlord. The city can occupy our property much quicker than any other option. The number of days for construction and being able to move is important for two reasons. One, the staff's inefficiencies will continue, and two, Old City Hall needs to remain operational until the move. And since the cost is $40,000 per day to maintain Old City Hall, the city will realize at least a $5 million savings by working with our property. The total cost for a 3-year lease, including the rent, the build-out, and the cost to keep Old City Hall operational prior to the move, equates to $51.84 per square foot per year at our property, which is a minimum of $43 savings per year over any other option, including 1 East Broward, which you can see is at $94.62 per year per square foot. This converts into an overall savings of anywhere from 183% to 279%. This section addresses some of the many intangible benefits of 1515 West Cypress Creek. The property is located minutes from I-95 and the Turnpike and only 15 minutes from downtown. Once at the property, staff and visitors won't need to search for parking as there are 1,345 free parking spaces on site. At a 6.75 to 1 parking ratio, we offer twice as many parking spaces than any other option. In all other properties, the city will be spread out on multiple floors and buildings with numerous tenants. Also, the city at downtown properties will have a challenge addressing security while not impacting other tenants at the building. Once again, the city will occupy floors 1, 2, and 3 for a seamless and efficient operation. Our property offers a secure, state-of-the-art data center with UPS battery backup systems and generator. 1515 Cypress Creek offers the city a modern, in-place, robust property, not at a higher cost, but rather at a substantial savings compared to all other alternatives. I now turn over the presentation to Sheldon Gross, owner of 1515 West Cypress Creek. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Mayor, could you do me a favor? If it could slow you down a little bit, could you give them like an extra minute or two?
I turned the clock off.
Oh, thank you so much. If you slow it down, take your time, slow down. The pressure's off.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Well, you have the handout in front of you.
Right, but it's going so quick. You take your time a little bit.
Mr. Commissioner, would you like me to repeat anything?
No,
or go back?
Start from the beginning. No.
I just have a question. If these numbers are continuing to evolve, I don't know if your numbers are totally accurate. I know that you put them together ultimately to make your proposal look better than the others, but we don't know if those numbers are accurate, and that's why we have assigned the city manager to come back to us with more accurate information and then make us a presentation. And I think at that time we'll be able to better. I appreciate your coming today, and we'll listen to Mr. Gross, the other Mr. Gross.
Sure, your father's son. But Mr. Mayor, just to answer your question, what we had to do was go based off of the collier's presentation, which, as you can see on this slide, it does say what the cost of carpet paint and the shell build-out, as well as the number of days for construction, because all of your properties, all your options do need time. Do need the time for the carpet and paint, and even purchase furniture. Furniture's not included in many of your properties.
But I don't think Collier's information is as up to date as other information we've received. That's all I'm saying.
Fair. Thank you very much.
That's all I'm saying. Mr. Gross, did you want to add?
Yes. Let me go back to where he is. And okay. This is you.
Thank you for your patience.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. We invest in properties with superior infrastructure, which is especially important in South Florida. We want to make certain our tenants can operate 24/7, 365, regardless of weather and power sources. 1515 Cypress Creek is a robust facility that meets this criteria. While we live in paradise, our South Florida location is forced to deal with the reality of weather challenges. A recent article in the Sun Sentinel questioned if the city is the city prepared for another flood from one of the many hurricanes or storms we will be experiencing. The article also questioned if the city learned any lessons from April's devastating floods. I firmly believe 1515 Cypress Creek addresses the article's concern. First, the property is located in the best FEMA flood zone, X, with a low risk of flooding, as compared to the other properties being considered, which are all located in FEMA AH flood zones, which FEMA states are at a high risk of flooding. AH locations will be subject to increased flooding and insurance premiums in the future, while flood insurance is waived for our property because we are a flood zone X. We are the only property which has in-place redundancy with two 1.8 megawatt generators to keep the property operating 24/7, 365. With 1515, the city won't experience the same technological meltdown it recently experienced. Furthermore, the city can occupy the data center immediately, saving hundreds of thousands of dollars that is being dedicated to generators that are being used to cool the sixth floor. This final section of the presentation addresses how the city can achieve the Commission's Uptown Master Plan. Utilizing 1515's West Cypress Creek will demonstrate to our communities that the city is committed to neighborhood development in conformance with the Commission's Master Plan, and in particular the Uptown area, which is primed for enhancement. In fact, using the City Commission's own words, the Cypress Creek Mobility Hub is the second largest commercial district in Broward County, with easy access to I-95. It's important to know that our property is serviced by the Tri-Rail Mobility Hub and Broward County Transit. The Commission further discussed how in the master plan, the Commission further discussed how the location of Uptown provides excellent access to the region. Once again, Broward County agrees with this, as they are locating the property appraiser, supervisor of elections, 911 call center, and Value Adjustment Bureau with over 600 employees in the area. The Commission further praised Uptown as having unique location with proximity to regional cities and excellent access to major urban centers. As the Commission states, this is great for attracting employment opportunities. The Commission further agrees that Uptown complements and does not compete with downtown, and that Uptown is primed for development and redevelopment as the region continues to grow. With 1515 West Cypress Creek, the city is receiving more for less. Our property addresses all of the city's needs and concerns and is a resilient property with superior infrastructure designed to operate, again, 24/7, 365. We ask, what is the downside for considering 1515 West Cypress Creek? We respectfully request the opportunity to negotiate a lease with staff that will allow this commission to consider all of the benefits that we can be achieved by locating at 1515 West Cypress Creek. There is no downside risk to negotiating a lease with 1515 West Cypress Creek. The city will benefit from this. Thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to add one more thing, Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, on another topic, just to supplement what was discussed earlier on insurance. I know that the manager has, and the presentation showed that that the flood caused problems with the building. As I recall in one of the city manager's presentation, it was not a flood that caused the problem. It was the deterioration of the roof that allowed water to come from the roof into the building and then into the basement. That may change the way the policy is reviewed from a building owner that has been a developer for years. You may want to look at the opportunity to go back to the insurance companies and maybe behoove the city. Thank you, Mr.
Great.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr.
Anyone else
Mayor, it
wish
was
to
a
speak?
flood.
Wait, hold on. Anyone
Oh,
else
sorry.
wish to speak on this topic? Okay, yes, Mr. City Manager.
No, Mr. Mayor, as we showed with the different graphics and pictures and videos, it was actually flood that came in from the ground floor that destroyed HVAC, not the roof. I just want to be clear on that, on the record for that.
All right, thank you. And Mr. City Manager, you'll get back with us on a final analysis of the most cost-effective locations for us to move to, correct?
We will do that, and we appreciate Mr. Gross also bringing this information forward. Thank you.
Okay, business 5. This is with regard to an update as to the situation with Miami Beckham Stadium. Mr. City Manager?
For the attorney. That's for our
Oh,
attorney.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spence, I'm sorry.
No problem, Mayor. D. Wayne Spence, interim city attorney. On May 30th, the city and Miami Beckham held a 9-hour-long mediation. As I advised the commission in email, this resulted in an impasse. With regards to the remaining terms of the comprehensive agreement, there is a deadline set for July 18th of 2023, in which the construction of the qualified project, which also includes the community site, needs to be completed. And we still have the outstanding items remaining with regards to the demolition costs that the Miami Beckham United Group is requesting reimbursement for, and the payment of outstanding building permit fees. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention, and particularly the July 18th date.
Okay, so if we've reached an impasse, so obviously the city commission has an opportunity now to make a decision going forward. I might suggest to the commission, and I'd like to hear some feedback, that we invite the folks at Inter Miami Beckham to come to the city commission and have a conversation in public as to steps going forward. We have until July 18th, is that correct? That's the drop dead date for us to consider whether or not we're going to go ahead and build our own, I'm going to call it recreation site, because I don't know what else to call it right now. And so let's hear some feedback. Commissioner Herbst, what are your thoughts?
So I would suggest that we've probably exhausted those conversations. Again, I sat through a 9-hour mediation session, which was quite exhausting. I don't know that we're going to make any further progress above and beyond what was already proffered during those conversations. I don't know that it's productive at this point. We are at the end of the 1-year extension that was granted to Miami Beckham. It's physically impossible for them to construct the park in the remaining time that we have left, considering that we have not even begun the process. So it would be my recommendation that we have a plan that we've approved, and I suggest that we simply move forward with AECom and go ahead and construct the park. That's what the neighborhood has been waiting for a long time. I don't think that Miami Beckham is going to be able to execute on the promises that they've made, and so I think we simply exercise our right under the contract when they go into default on July the 18th and move forward with construction, and we will divvy up the costs accordingly in accordance with the comprehensive agreement.
Okay. Rhonda was the attorney who was participating, correct? Is she here?
Yes, she is. If you would
Rhonda.
approach the podium.
Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So, Rhonda, did there ever come a point in time during the mediation that we were ever close on something and that then it just didn't happen? Can you give us an idea what happened there?
Sure. Not really. We conducted the mediation in a little bit of an unconventional fashion, to the extent that we never had like an opening session or even a closing session with all of the parties present with the mediator. So we were only presented pieces of what, what the mediator brought to us. It appeared from our side that Inter-Miami wanted a global resolution of everything a few weeks ago, or last week, which we couldn't really get to. So as you all had directed earlier, we had suggested that they either pay or alternatively put the building permit fees in escrow, and that we could continue to negotiate the other two issues in good faith. And again, what was brought to us by the mediator just generally was that they were looking for a global resolution. And I would sort of agree with Commissioner Herbst, again, based upon the setting that we were given, that it appears we're not really in the same ballpark. Or
So
stadium,
did
as
they
the
ever
case may be.
offer to put money in escrow, whatever that number was?
No, they did not want to put any money in escrow toward the building permit fees.
I thought we were told at the last commission meeting that we were getting, it was agreed upon 500,000 or something, like a lower amount than the 1.4?
Yes,
Weren't we told that at the last commission meeting?
Commissioner Glassman, you were indeed told that at the last commission meeting, and apparently it was never agreed to by Inter-Miami, notwithstanding the fact that I thought it was pretty clear that they agreed to that, and Commissioner Herbst, I don't need to speak for him, but he was also of the opinion that that was the agreement. That's why we agreed to move forward from the May 7th date to extend the parking to the end of the month, with the understanding, again, that we would continue to negotiate and mediate in good faith.
Why did we think that we had an agreement to the 500,000 that we were told we had, and if we didn't?
Because we were told that in a conference call, that they agreed to that. So apparently, after the fact, and I had confirmed that in writing with the mediator 2 days after, never received anything after that from either the mediator or Inter-Miami, but then was told at the mediation that Inter-Miami indeed never agreed to that.
So who told us that they did agree? Initially, you just said in a conference call we were told
Yes.
that we had 500,000.
Yes, the mediator, Jack Seiler, said that's what they had agreed to, so we could extend the parking agreement to the end of the month.
Okay, doesn't make much sense, but thank you.
It does not.
Thank you.
Can I remember it a little differently. I remember that we offered to accept a reduced amount, and someone proffered from the commission 500,000, and they still didn't do that. It wasn't so much they agreed to it, but I think we said if they would pay 500,000, at least pay 500,000, we would extend the parking agreement. You don't think so?
No. So what the commission had said was that they were to put the entire amount in escrow in exchange for extending it to the end of the month. They came back with a compromise through the mediator and asked if I would be amenable to accepting $500,000 in lieu of the full 1.3 million. And which I said unhappily yes to move the ball forward. I would, continue to negotiate in good faith with them in exchange for that. And then when we got to the point where we asked several times, "Have you received the money?" The answer was no, we have not received the money. And then when we got to our mediation session, the answer was, well, in fact, they never did agree to that. And so we, Rhonda and I, are both left a little perplexed by that because they came to us with a request that we accept a reduced amount. And again, somewhat, I won't say under duress, but certainly under protest, we agreed to that. And then we were left with actually not receiving any money, but yet we had granted them continual access to the site to use for parking.
And when you say global agreement, can you give us some indication? Is that when you say global, you mean with regard to the demolition costs as well as the permit fees? Was there any other aspect of those talks that would include when you talk about global?
Global are what I see as the three elements of the agreement that are outstanding: the payment of the building permit fees, the demolition costs, and the construction of the park.
All right. Now, let me ask you something. I remember in previous discussions that we had, there was a conversation regarding their offering to enhance some of the facilities that they had already built, like to improve the football field and and some other stuff. Was that also part of the negotiations?
That was never brought up by the mediator as something that Inter-Miami was interested in doing.
So that wasn't part of the conversation?
No, sir. Not from our end again.
Right. Okay. So what is your recommendation here as our attorney going forward? Tell us what the commission should be doing.
Well, can I ask one quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, John, you were there. I wasn't.
Sure.
The deadline is July what now?
So the deadline is July the 18th. So the initial agreement expired last year. The commission in July of last year extended by 1 year the time frame for the construction of the park.
Okay, now what does the agreement say happens if it's not done by July 18th of last year and July 18th of this year?
If it's not constructed, that constitutes a default of that provision, although not of the entire agreement. And our remedy under that, our sole remedy under that, is to move forward with the construction of the park on our own. And then they will then pay for those improvements that are delineated in the comprehensive agreement.
Again, that's spelled out that's spelled out that's what our remedy is.
That's correct. So they would have no responsibility for any of the other features that have been added through conversations with the community. But there are certain things, and I'm not going to name them all, but it includes a walking trail, a playground, a dog park, and some other features like that, the playing fields for the kids that are specifically listed in the comprehensive agreement. So, and that was what we did, if you recall, when we had that last presentation from AECom. One of the things I asked them to do was, in that list, break out those items that are covered under the comprehensive agreement that are the responsibility of Miami Beckham, and all those other items which were added subsequent would be the responsibility of the city under the Parks Bond allocation that we've got for that location.
One of the thoughts is that if we build it ourselves, it's going to be more expensive. If it's more expensive, would they pay what they would have cost, or what our actual costs are going to be, or they haven't even gone to that?
So, Commissioner,
I'll defer to the attorney.
So, Commissioner, with regards to the actual cost, the comprehensive agreement is silent on that part. What it does provide for is a joint or mutual agreement on the design of the qualified project, which I assume was intended to kind of deal with the cost issue. But then again, the comprehensive agreement is silent on how the cost of the actual improvements would be calculated or determined.
Well, if I could just have one caveat to Mr. Spence. The First Amendment does set forth, which basically incorporates the identical language as was in the comp agreement, but it states that if Miami Beckham cannot complete the work within the 4-year period, which would be by next month, the city's sole remedy shall be to undertake the work on their behalf at their sole cost and expense. So I would imagine at that point, we would complete it, and then we would most likely litigate the cost and expense.
Yeah.
It says at their cost and expense, sole cost and expense.
Theirs.
Your mic is off. Or is all of our...
Hello?
Yeah.
Their meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your mic is off. Oh. Well, the problem is we can't hear, it's not recorded if you don't have the mic on.
It was on, but it just wasn't working.
All right, in the future, put the mic up to your mouth. Don't shove it up there because you can't hear it, and it won't engage. It won't engage unless it's close to you. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. So back to my question. What do you recommend to the city commission at this point? I mean, because you're saying that they didn't make any proffer to put money into the escrow, and so that's what kind of ended the whole thing.
More or less, yes.
So did they offer to put it, but say we want it back if it turns out the city owes us money?
So when I addressed the issue that they wanted to comprehensively address all 3 issues, I guess I'll just generally talk about it. I'm a little hesitant.
We're your client. You can talk to us.
Well, the issue is that the mediator advised us that it was confidential mediation, even though this is not pursuant to litigation, and we haven't received confirmation from the other side that it's okay for us to go into the details of the actual mediation. So we don't, we don't want to put you in a position, particularly if we're going to continue to talk with Miami Beckham.
Well, but Dwayne, this is the thing. I don't want to trigger a lawsuit, okay? Obviously, that's what mediation is for. That's what this discussion is for, to see how we can try to understand the other side and then let the other side understand where we stand so that we can accomplish what we want to accomplish, which is a developed park at their expense that's going to benefit the community, and that's going to be done in a reasonable amount of time. So we're seeing that a lot of milestones have been we've gone past them. We've gone past deadlines. We've gone past offers. We've not been able to really secure anything, any further commitment from Inter-Miami, is what you're saying to us today. And so I wanted to know, if they never offered to put money into escrow, was it because they were concerned that the city would not pay them back for the demolition costs? Can you tell?
That's a question, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to answer because, again, we never had a global meeting with all the parties present at the beginning or at the end of the process, so it's hard for me to know what they were thinking. I can only guess, and I don't know if it's appropriate for me just to guess.
All right, so let's get away from that for just a second. What are your thoughts about the city's liability with regard to the demolition?
So, from my opinion, I think, and again, I look at it as 3 issues. I'm very confident on 2 of the 3 issues.
Okay.
So on the building permit fees, it's clear. The statute is clear. They have to pay the building permit fees.
Okay, I understand that.
I'm not sure how anyone could argue around that.
Okay.
So I'm 99% confident on that because, as you know, as an attorney, you can never say anything is a sure thing. So I'm 99% confident on that. On the demolition fees, again, I think our office is pretty confident as well that the city would prevail on that as well, because irrespective of what a former city manager may or may not have said, let's assume for argument's sake that he said it. It's in writing. He agreed.
Is it in writing?
No, I'm just saying, I've never seen it, but I'm just saying, let's assume
Is there a smoking pistol that?
right, a worst-case scenario for the city. Legally, to me, that's not relevant because the city manager does not have the authority or the ability to bind the city, at large by law. I think that's pretty clear. So even if it was the current city manager, former city manager, got up in a court and said, I agreed, I said we would pay all the fees. Again, it's
You don't mean
certainly
fees, you mean demolition costs.
demolition costs,
Right.
yes, and fees. I don't believe that the manager has the authority to bind the city in that regard for that kind of expense. So
What's your third thing then?
so then it's the park. The park is the last issue. And again, the language, as Mr. Spence mentioned, is a little quirky in that it requires both parties to agree to a design. That being said, there's nothing in the comp agreement that says what happens if we never can agree to the design. So it doesn't have set forth a time frame.
We're not there yet.
Right, but to me, if we're going to litigate, it would be that portion. And as Commissioner Herbst mentioned, if we went and built the park portion, which we are allowed to clearly under the comp agreement, we would probably end up in litigation, I would imagine, on the cost of that.
So it's conceivable that the July 18th will come and go, and that the city commission will let's say the city commission decides to go ahead and create a site plan for the park, present it to Inter-Miami Beckham, and we don't hear from them. Is there a method to go to court to enforce this agreement, where they have to comply with the terms of the comprehensive agreement by consenting to the site plan that we submit?
So that's where the trickiness of the language of the comprehensive agreement comes in. As Commissioner Hertz mentioned previously, the agreement itself says that the sole remedy for failure to build the community site on a timely basis is basically self-help. So it would be at Miami Beckham's sole expense and costs, but the city is responsible for actually constructing the site. And if, COs and so forth aside for the stadium and the training facility, if we consider them to be completed, then that would be the only outstanding provision of the comprehensive agreement, and we would have to use that measure, that self-help measure, to make the city whole with regards to that. And how that interplays with the construction or the design approval provision is up for question, because if we're in the position of building the facility ourselves, I don't know where it would be necessary for them to actually approve the design.
Well, that's the question I'm asking. I'm asking, what remedy would we have to enforce the agreement? I don't know what cause of action we would claim.
It's the self-help remedy, as Mr. Spence.
I'm sorry?
It's the self-help remedy, as Mr. Spence said. Technically, the agreement says that Inter-Miami needs to bring forth a design to us for the city to approve, and that parties have to agree upon the design. And that's really all the comp agreement says.
I understand that. So, but let's get down to reality here. July 18th comes and goes. The city, through AECOM or whoever our contractor is, our vendor is, that comes up with a design that's consistent with what's attached to the comprehensive agreement, even though it's kind of generalized in the comprehensive agreement. That design can be made with enough detail in order for us to move forward and try to build it. What is our remedy if we get radio silence from Inter-Miami and they don't give their consent to the design that we come up with? What is our remedy in court for that?
There is none, in my opinion.
Well, there's always a remedy in court. I'm trying to find out what that is.
So what we're trying to explain with regards to that provision, the comprehensive agreement requires them to bring the design to the city for approval.
And if they don't do that?
And to build the park within a particular time frame. We're considering all of these as combined in their obligation to construct the community site, they've failed to do
They
so.
failed to do that. Now
And
July
so-
18th has come and gone, and then we
And
say,
so
okay, we're
based
going
on
to come
the
up with the plan.
agreement, based on the agreement, we have to use self-help with regards to the community site.
We get that, but now we've come up with a plan. AECom comes up with a plan. The commission agrees to it.
What we're saying is that the bringing of the design is a condition precedent to the actual construction of the site.
Exactly. So we're stopped in our tracks for building this, from what you're telling me, unless we get their consent to the design. And how do we?
We're saying that because of that default, the failure to construct the site and all of the steps that lead up to it, we now have to exercise self-help.
Right, but didn't you tell me that they have to approve the site plan if we exercising self-help?
No.
I thought
No,
you
no,
just
no.
said that.
No. The comp agreement no, I didn't say that. The comp agreement requires that Inter Miami bring forward the design, that both parties approve the design, and then Inter Miami would build it.
Right.
The agreement also says that if the deadlines come and go, which is what Mr. Spence is saying, the conditions precedent have not been met and the construction is not completed at this juncture by next month, then the city's sole remedy is definitely not in court. It's to proceed forthwith with our own design, build it, we have to pay for it, and then we have to go back and it's at their expense.
And seek reimbursement.
Correct.
But they don't have any participation in the design if we use self-help.
Correct. They do not.
Okay.
And therein is the concern that we have with regards to the dollar amount of the design and the requested reimbursement, being that they had no participation.
Well, we could build
in that.
Disneyland there, is what you're saying, and they have to reimburse us.
And therein is the issue.
It's not an issue for me. It's going to be an issue for them. I mean, I can't believe it's that open-ended, but you're saying it is open-ended. Okay.
Hence why I said we would end up in litigation over the cost if we built it.
I still think we should invite them for one last, Hail Mary at this. I mean, I always believe that the parties should be able to see each other face to face and have that conversation, but if the commission doesn't want to do it, I can't force it, but it's my recommendation that we do it before we break for the summer break.
And that's why I said, again, everything that we were presented, that Commissioner Herbst and I were presented, was filtered through the mediator, so we didn't have any
That's what I'm saying.
interaction.
Yes,
That's what I'm saying.
And Mayor, I agree that it's worth one more time face-to-face with this commission and the other party, because I do think it is worth one meeting try before we break, and I agree. I think it's worth a conversation with all of us. I do.
I have a question.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
At the mediation, was it expected for representation or Beckham's, that group, to be there, or were they only sending representation? What was the expectation?
I'm not really quite sure. I didn't see, so as typical in mediations in 2023, I just had one with a different contractor in April. Mediator gets everyone together, explains, what mediation is. They go through the rules that, again, if it's...
That's changed, though, Rhonda.
Well,
because I've been in mediations where the parties are miles away from each other. As long as they're in touch with their client, then
it's by Zoom, so the typical...
It was by Zoom.
Yeah, ours was by Zoom, and the one I had in April was by Zoom. So everyone's in the Zoom room,
Right.
and then they have breakouts for each side to converse privately with the mediator. So we never had the together session at the beginning, and normally if they're going to impasse, you typically have a meeting again just to confirm with both parties present that there's an impasse. We didn't have that either. So I'm not sure who was, the only person I saw was their lobbyist who was on the call, and then I got issued into another room. I have no idea, nor was it ever represented to Commissioner Herbst or I, who was negotiating on behalf of Inter Miami.
Could you hear
Okay.
me? Could you hear me now?
Before you say that, I have part two. I have part two. With this, if we make this request for this last mediation,
Right.
are we going to ask for the parties to
I would
be
want them to be in person.
in person and here?
Yeah, I
Are
agree
we going to
with
be again
I agree with
dismissed?
you. I agree with you. I agree with you. Absolutely. It would want an in-person,
At a
not just
commission
the
meeting.
lobbyists, but their attorney. And the parties themselves don't have to be here, but because if the attorney has the authority to make decisions, then we'll have to verify that beforehand. But if the parties want to come also, we can invite them too. I
would like to see the party if
Yeah,
we can.
I don't disagree with you.
I think
don't
the party
disagree.
should be present because sending a representative is, to me,
Well, if they have the authority, sometimes.
Well, Rhonda, that goes to a question I was going to have. When you go to mediation, I mean, unfortunately, I've had one experience with that, but by the very nature of mediation, doesn't each party assign somebody representative that has authority to act on their behalf? I mean, I don't care who it is, but by the very nature of the fact that they showed up, they were designated. Doesn't have to be the owner, but if it's somebody that's designated on their behalf, they must have authority to act for. I mean, you said they didn't show up. It's not that they didn't show up. Whoever was there, by that very nature of the fact that they're there, are they not the representative of the other party?
Well, I don't believe I said no one showed up. I said I didn't know who was present because, again, we never had an initial Zoom conference with all of the individuals. I, again, obviously have to assume that whoever, Mr. Seiler was speaking with had the full authority to speak on behalf of the entity. Like I said, I have no idea who was present, if it was one person or 15, don't know.
I do believe he said it was Pablo Alvarez, who's
He's
their
their
general
attorney.
counsel and vice president.
Okay.
So he's the person with whom we've been dealing primarily for the last couple of months now. He's also the person who signed the comprehensive agreement.
Right, so he had the authority.
Right.
If that was the person, then
of
he would
course.
have the
Right.
authority.
So my only comment, Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I understand your perspective on getting everybody together for one last Hail Mary, but candidly, that's what the mediation was. The mediation was that one last Hail Mary, which they came and requested, and I'm going to just kind of walk you through some things, if we may. Sure. Because when they came to the commission, they requested the mediation, and the commission set a timeline of 60 days to conclude the mediation. They waited until 1 week before the mediation timeframe was up to even select a mediator. So I'm not confident that they are desirous of moving this forward with any haste. I would also say that we were far apart in where we were with their request for this global settlement. Based on that, and based on their unwillingness to even entertain putting money in escrow, despite the fact that the commission twice said that that was a requirement for moving forward, because again, you'll remember that Commissioner Sturman brought that up at the last meeting and insisted on it. And yet, both times, despite that requirement from the commission, they've failed to live up to that obligation as well. So I will candidly tell you that I don't go forward with any optimism that getting anybody together is going to result in a different outcome than everything we've seen to this point. I think it's futile. I think we should move forward with the direction that we've got. We had a site plan that we looked at last time that AECOM has prepared on our behalf that includes all the elements of the comprehensive agreement. It includes those several items that were added at the request of the neighborhoods through various meetings that Commissioner Moritas had with them. And this is, I think, what the neighborhood expects. It's what they want, and I think we should move forward with it without any further delay. I have no confidence that this is going to get done if we keep going back and expecting Miami Beckham to do something differently than they've done up to this point. We're not making any progress. I don't think we're going to make any progress. I have negotiated in a collaborative effort to resolve our issues, and candidly, I was willing to give up more than I thought the city had any obligation to give up. But I was doing that in the spirit of partnership and collaboration, and candidly, I don't think that was getting us anywhere near close to a resolution. So I would just tell you that I don't think that there's anything to be gained at this point. I can tell you my district wants to move forward with the construction of this park. They have waited far too long, and we need to move this forward. We have AECom under contract. They are our engineers under the parks bond, and I would ask that we simply honor the commitment that we've made to the community to get this done and not delay it any longer.
Well, Commissioner, I hear what you're saying, but we can't really do anything until after
July 18th.
Right. So if Miami Beckham communicates with the commission and says they would like to come to one of the meetings, I wouldn't object to that. I don't see why we would object. It's not delaying anything, right?
So I have no objection to having them come to one of the meetings to have a conversation with us. All I'm suggesting is that we continue to move forward, though.
I'm not disagreeing with you,
Okay.
but again, we can't really pull the trigger till after July 18th anyway.
Sure. Well, we can continue to move forward with design and prepare. So
Yeah.
I don't want to slow that process
Well,
down.
have we done that? Have we been doing that?
So, that's the
I thought
one
we had held
conversation.
everything up. I don't, tell me what we've been doing. I don't even know. Have we put everything on hold until we had some resolution, or were we continuing to engage AECom in their design work?
So we heard last time from the commission or the direction to start that process, and we did issue a task order. Now, just realizing that design work does take some time, so this would be the start of a preliminary design that we will bring
Okay, so
forward to you.
we won't interfere with that. Okay, so if we hear from Inter-Miami that they would like to come to one of our meetings, like at a conference meeting, or even a separate workshop if that makes more sense. Okay, does that seem good for the rest of the commission?
We have one more item, another can of worms. Are you ready for this?
Is this with regard to this?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, Mr.
Well, your mic's not on. No,
you're
just
not
kidding.
Could you hear me now?
Yes.
No, you really can't.
Yes.
Hello?
Fine.
Well, I'm just okay, Mr. City Manager and City Attorney, we've spoke about that and share with the rest of the group what we spoke about. One other thing we didn't talk about, our temporary certificate of occupancy expired. What happens now with regard to that? Mr. City Manager, City Attorney?
Sure. So the TCO has been extended, and I'm going to ask Mr. Chris Cooper if he can come up and provide the latest status of that TCO.
Good afternoon, Chris Cooper, Development Services Director. So that TCO actually expires tomorrow, so they'll need to reach back out to our staff and apply for a new TCO extension, and the building official will look at that to determine if he wants to extend that and meet that request.
I think we delegated it to the building official to make that decision.
No, sir. That is under the building official's function and his authority. So this.
Oh, we didn't delegate it. It's up to him then.
No, but I think
Correct.
what
So
Dr.
this is the extent of the commission's action on this, is to inquire as to the status. You can't direct the building official to do anything on
Right.
this.
That's what I wanted to share with us. That we have no authority to interfere with this process.
All right. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay. Any further?
I just have a question, Mayor. Will we eventually also get specific costs for the site plan that we're going to move forward with and approve at Lockhart? The reason I ask is I remember the last time when we saw some of the changes, the dollar amounts associated, for instance, with the pickleball courts were far in excess of the dollar amounts for the pickleball courts at Snyder Park. And I just want to make sure that we're getting a good pricing for everything that we're going to move forward with over there.
I'm sure we'll get competitive bids.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, I do have an announcement. Or a
yes.
request.
I was just going to recognize you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Pursuant to Florida Statute Section 286.0118A, I am seeking advice on the following matters: Latoya Ratcliffe versus the City of Fort Lauderdale et al. Case number 22-CV-61029-RAR, and Kimberly Moss et al. Versus City of Fort Lauderdale, case number 22-CV-61889-RKA. During the city Commission regular meeting of June 6, 2023, at a time to be determined. Present at the attorney-client session will be Mayor Dean J. Trentalis, Vice Mayor Pamela Beasley Pittman, Commissioner John C. Herbst, Commissioner Stephen Glassman, Commissioner Warren Sturman, City Manager Greg Cheveria, Interim City Attorney Dwayne M. Spence, Outside Counsel Jeffrey L. Lawley of Billings Cochran Lyles, Carmen Rodriguez of the law offices of Carmen Rodriguez, PA, and certified court reporter from Bailey Etten Court Reporting. The estimated length of the session will be approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. It's 4:06 right now, and the closed-door session begins at 4:30. So do you want to go into city commission reports until, I want to take a break before we go into executive session too. You want to do that now, or do you want to, I'd like to take a 10-minute break if we could. We good with that? Yeah.
Is it possible that we move on, take the break, come back and move on to the CRA? Because we have people who are waiting and been waiting for a while, and then go back to the executive closed door?
I don't have a problem with that.
I think that would,
I'm sorry, I didn't know that there were people waiting.
yeah, they're
Okay.
here waiting to
All right, if we
speak.
could take just a 10-minute break, and then we'll suspend the conference meeting and go into the CRA board meeting. Okay, just take a 10-minute break. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We have suspended the City Commission conference meeting so that we could have the CRA board meeting. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Here.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Here.
Commissioner Sturman?
Here.
Chair Trentalis?
Here. M1, motion approving minutes for the May 2nd, 2023 Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, M1 is approved. R1, a resolution authorizing a budget amendment, reappropriate $3,247,127.98 for the CRA incentive programs and community investment plan accounts. I want to thank the CRA for having gone through this audit to be able to recover all these funds. This is amazing. We can now repurpose them for new redevelopment projects. Does anyone else have a question with regard to this?
I have one question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. On page 1 of 3 of the CAM, last paragraph, reappropriated funds will cover an increase in CRA incentive requests and funding shortages in the NPF Streetscape Improvement Project in fiscal year 2023. How much was that shortage?
I don't know. Let's find out. Who's here for the CRI? Oh, there.
Clarence is coming
Is
up.
Clarence here? Oh, there you are. Can you, is it on? Great.
How about that?
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. When you ask how much is the shortage is, we have a pipeline of projects that's well over about $20 million. So until we run out of requests, that shortage is continually growing all the time.
So when it says that the reappropriated funds will cover the increase in CRA incentive requests and funding shortages in the streetscape improvement project, we don't really have a dollar amount for that fiscal year 2023?
No, what we're doing is we're taking, those funds were for streetscape projects, streetscape improvement projects, and we're reappropriating. Those are the CIP projects that have been completed. When I say completed, they've been funded. And we don't have any additional streetscape projects at this time. We finished those, and now we're going to use those monies to go into incentives.
Okay, but then why, look, the agenda item is to reappropriate $3,247,127.98.
Mm-hmm.
And then that last paragraph says that those funds, that $3 million plus, will cover an increase in CRA incentive requests and funding shortages in the streetscape improvement project. So I'm just trying to get a handle on what kind of dollar amount we're talking about in terms of those shortages, or what's going into that streetscape improvement project.
Well, there is, again, the streetscape improvement projects are all funded. They're funded.
Then why does it say there's a shortage?
The shortage is for additional projects. The shortage is for additional projects.
But it says shortage for fiscal year 2023, which we're almost out of now. So wouldn't we know what we're talking about?
I'm not sure I understand exactly.
I'm just reading that last paragraph on page 1 of 3.
The last paragraph on page...
1 of 3 of the CAM.
Page 1 of 3 of the CAM?
Yes.
So you're putting 119,000 into this CIP.
Oh, that's for Progressive Plaza.
Yeah, you're putting 119,646.
Oh, okay. Bob just clarified it. That 119 is for Progresso Plaza. For what is this, Bob? I mean, what's
This is Bob Wojcik with the CRA. See, we've been working with a project we anticipate coming forward sometime before the end of this fiscal year that would provide just a little over or a little under $100,000 for streetscape improvements to a project in Progresso.
it's for
Okay.
Hey, it just
Yeah.
wasn't very clear.
It's for J. Adams in Progresso Park. Progresso Plaza.
Progresso Plaza. So that's where the shortage is for the NPF Streetscape Improvement Project for this fiscal year.
Yeah, so, yeah, you're talking about the uses. I thought you were referring to the sources, but you're talking about the uses, what
Yes.
we're going to use it for. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions? Okay, there being none, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving a budget amendment and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and that resolution is now approved. R2, resolution approving the First Amendment to the development agreement with new commercial contract with WWA Development. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Does anyone have any questions with regard to R2? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving the First Amendment to the development agreement and commercial contract with WWA Development LLC for Phase 2 of the Scattered Still Site Infill Housing Project, delegating authority to the Executive Director to execute the First Amendment and other documents delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is now approved. R3, this is a resolution approving a $2 million development incentive program forgivable loan to the New Hope Development Corporation for the New Hope Affordable Housing Development located at 1316 Sistrunk Boulevard. We have 3 people who have signed up to speak. Mr. Pittman, Wayne Pittman, followed by Chris Smith, Senator Smith, and followed by Desiree Giles Smith. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing? My name is Wayne Pittman, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioner. I understand that this, the subject going on with the church, the project they got going on, I support it because I was a member of the church growing up in it. So I'm going to stand in it at this time to show that whatever they have going on, way back in the days when they had Boy Scouts and for the youth program, I'm one of the person that came from that in the past. My mom and dad went to that church, and I'm here to support that, and I just wish y'all support it too. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commission. Like Mr. Pittman, I grew up also at New Hope, Troop 380, in Boy Scouts, and also a resident on the Sistrunk
He
corridor.
came out better, I just want you to know. That's all.
Well, I was much later, much later. As we see a renaissance going on with the hard work of your CRA staff and this commission and previous commissions, there's a renaissance going on Sistrunk. We're getting a lot of restaurants, ours and others are coming, and we see a lot going on, and the Sistrunk is coming back. I think residents in the heart of Sistrunk, we got a lot of residents on the outskirts, and some coming in on 7th Avenue, and then some coming in at 12th, but this also bringing residents, people living 24/7 on the Sistrunk corridor, I think it's going to be a tremendous help to help, clean up that area a little more. We're finally getting people coming back and getting out of their cars and shopping and eating, and to have people living at 13th and having people living on 12th, I think it's going to do a tremendous job in helping the Sistrunk corridor. Again, you guys have done a tremendous job. Your staff have done a tremendous job, and we are part of that renaissance. I mean, we've gone from nothing going on Sistrunk to you getting calls about too many people on Sistrunk. So
I'm sure you're getting calls.
but I think adding some residences will be great, and that's the shot in the arm we need. New Hope has been a staple of our community. I grew up under Pastor Davis back in the day, and Pastor Scott is doing a tremendous job, and he has the support of the entire community. So we wanted to come out today, and as business owners as well as residents on the Sistrunk corridor, show our support for such a great foundation on Sistrunk as in New Hope, and supporting what they're doing to help develop and continue that renaissance on Sistrunk Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would love to say something. Just giving also just a little history about New Hope and the light that they shine in our community. New Hope has been a part of our community for 100+ years. And for them to still have the resilience to help the community, they are a congregation that is willing to do that. They are truly a part of the community. Most recently, from the flooding during April, they were one of the sites that allowed the city to utilize their space to give out items for those storm victims for relief. So they were doing what they always do. They're in the community, they're working, and this is truly an example of how they give back to the community, the desire to build affordable housing in the community that will give families opportunity to be able to come back, live in the community, and be productive. So I'm really excited for this opportunity for them to be willing to give back to the community as well.
Okay, great. Mrs. Smith, are you here? Mrs. Giles Smith? I know she had signed up.
She was with Senator.
I know, but she signed up separately. Okay. And Ricky Scott, you signed up for questions only, but where are you? There you are. So does anyone have any comments or questions with regard to this item? I have a couple comments. I'm just with regard to the design, and I know that it hasn't gone through DRC yet, so I've expressed my thoughts to Chris Cooper as well as with others in connection with this project. Two of my concerns are, number one, it looks like from the design that you have back-out parking into the street. And from what I'm told, in all the years I've worked with our building department, back-out parking is not a good design aspect to a residential project, especially if it backs out onto a major thoroughfare. So if we can do something better with regard to that aspect, that would be helpful. And number two, I don't think it makes sense to put housing right on the main street as far as the first floor use is concerned. I suggest that we do some sort of commercial or business use at the first floor, because to have someone's front door on the main street of a very busy artery within our city, again, is going to deteriorate the quality of that first floor residency. And I think that when you're working through with the design process, I recommend to the city that we require some sort of commercial or business use for the first floor. Otherwise, that first floor is not going to be the type of home ownership or home rental experience that we're hoping for in this new building that we're looking to approve today. So I'd recommend that as be part of the approval process, that those two things be considered going forward. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving a forgivable loan of $2 million to New Hope Development Corporation under the Development Incentive Program for the New Hope Affordable Housing Project located at 1316 Strunk Boulevard, authorizing the Executive Director to execute any and all documents related to this transaction, delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions, and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and that resolution is now approved. Any further business of the CRA? There being none, the CRA meeting is now concluded, and good luck with it. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I'd now like to move into our executive closed door session, At this time, the City Commission shall meet privately to discuss discussions between the city manager, the city attorney, and the City Commission relative to pending litigation pursuant to Section 286.011, parens 8, Florida statutes in connection with the following matters. Latoya Ratliff versus the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, case number 22 CV 61029 RAR, and Kimberly Moss versus City of Fort Lauderdale, case number 22 CV 889 RKA. Present at the attorney-client session will be myself, Vice Mayor Pamela Beasley Pittman, Commissioner John Herbst, Commissioner Stephen Glassman, Commissioner Warren Sturman, City Manager Greg Chevarria, Interim City Attorney Dwayne Spence, Outside Counsel Jeffrey Lawley of Billings, Cochran, and Lyles, Carmen Rodriguez of Carmen Rodriguez, PA, and Certified Court Reporter from Bailey Enton Court Reporting. The estimated length of this attorney-client session is approximately 30 minutes. Please clear the room, except for, yeah. Oh, we're moving? I guess we're clearing the room. Where are we going?
In the back.
Oh, in the back, where the lunch was? Oh, there's more food? No, right.